It's all right.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery this morning. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, 4th of July 2023 open. And rather than proceeding with an acknowledgement of traditional owners, we do this morning have with us Auntie Jerry Page to give us a welcome to country in the context that it is NAIDOC Week. Auntie Jerry, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bugum Bagjura Menigu Jingari, which good morning and welcome. My name is, for those that don't know me, my name is Auntie Geraldine Page. I am the chairperson of the Traditional Mulunjali Elders. And as you know, this week, NAIDOC Week has been open and celebrated, and it is for our elders. And as you know, we walk on the shoulders of our old people, and it's really important that we celebrate and acknowledge them and show them acknowledgement and respect. And I also would like to pay respects to the elders before me and the elders present and the emerging elders. And I think that on Saturday that was demonstrated in our community. We had NAIDOC at here Jubilee Park, and I think that was demonstrated that the elders that have gone before us, the elders that were present, and the emerging elders that are coming after us. So, and it's really important a time of this year. It's about celebrating, and that's all across Australia, and about people coming together, and it's about acknowledging. NAIDOC's about acknowledging our people in Parliament, and in sports, art, song, dance, across the board. So I think that's really important this year, and I think that we as elders are honoured that we have this year the theme for NAIDOC is to be for our elders, and I think that it's really important because we do play an important part in our communities, in our families, and it's an ongoing thing that we have to keep going. And I also would like to welcome you all here today on this beautiful country, Mulunjali country. We have a beautiful country here, and we've always, and on behalf of my Mulunjali people and all across the community, the beautiful connection we have within our broader community, especially with the council, I would like to say thank you on behalf of our community, our mob, and we've not long. We're talking about elders. We've lost a beautiful matriarch, Auntie Lorraine Island, and we can use to say her name in passing. And I would like to honour and pay respects for the councillors and the mayor for turning up to her service. I think that was beautiful. And in our language, we don't say goodbye. We always say no, you boo. And it's important that we just keep those connections. And I was having a conversation with Kathy before about what we leave, what we have given, and what we leave behind. And I think as we are elders, and we're talking about emerging elders, so it's important that they carry that on with the community and with the broader community. And as I said, I'd like to thank the council for inviting me along here today, and Nayabu. Thank you.
Can I just say thank you, Auntie Jerry. It is always a pleasure to have you join us and to share in the experience of council, but also the experience of our community. And certainly we as a council are glad to join in the recognition and celebration of NAIDOC Week. And just to add some to that for those who may be listening in the digital gallery, the NAIDOC Week is indeed the National Aborigines and Islanders Day Observance Committee Week, and it is an important event on the calendar each July, celebrating history, culture and achievements of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. it doesn't just celebrate Indigenous community members, but also it's celebrated by Australians across the country who appreciate the culture and contribution of those with ancient ties to this land. As Auntie Jerry has already pointed out, this year's National NAIDOC Week theme is for our elders, in recognition of across every generation, elders have played and continue to play an important role, hold that special place of honour in communities and families. And it is through their commitment they've kept alive the memories and traditions of their ancestors to be passed on to the children of tomorrow. As holders of cultural knowledge, they've guided generations and paved the way for those following in their footsteps. Indeed, Auntie Jerry, it's a privilege to recognise that in politics, health, education, the arts and fields, too numerous to mention, elders have shown what can be achieved, and through their struggles have helped others to move forward and find their place in the world. And on behalf of Scenic Regional Council, I thank all of the elders of our community, past, present and emerging, for their contribution to our region and wish everyone an enjoyable celebration of NAIDOC Week. Thank you again. Councillors, I can confirm a full attendance of councillors today, for we have no apologies and no requests for belated leaves of absence. I have no apologies. So we do now come to item 4 of our agenda, and that's prayers. And we are joined digitally this morning by Pastor Josh Cox. Josh, thank you for taking the time to join us. We do appreciate the ongoing support that yourself and the Ministers Fraternal across the region provide to us as council and to our communities, and we hand over to you now.
Thank you, Mayor Greg. Good morning, councillors, staff and Auntie Jerry as well. Well, certainly it was lovely to wake up with the sound of precipitation on the roof, and my heart was giving thanks, and my mind went to Psalm 100. So I was going to read a couple of verses and I'll pray. Psalm 100 says, enter his gates with thanksgiving and into his courts with praise. Be thankful to him and bless his name. For the Lord is good, his mercy is everlasting, and his truth endures to all generations. So let me pray and give thanks to God for the rain that's fallen, and maybe pray for a little bit more, but commit the meeting as well. So let me pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day that you've given to us. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity we've had to wake up with the sound of rain on our roofs. We, Lord, ask that we might receive what's been predicted. Maybe the 10, 20 mils would be lovely, would certainly nourish our land and fill our tanks and settle the dust a little. And we give you thanks for what has already fallen. Acknowledging, Lord, out west, some places received, I think, 100 mils, and we thank you for that, Lord. And some are making it's making it a bit difficult for some to get to the Big Red Bash, I think, from what I understand. But Lord, we give you thanks for your goodness in this. Lord, we're going to pray for the meeting. Lord, for wisdom and guidance and understanding of the issues at hand, and as discussions and deliberations are had with the meeting, we pray for your undertaking in this, and commit each of the councillors to you and the staff in the process of all this, in the meeting, and for this day. And we ask these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Josh. As ever, it's a pleasure to have you join us, and we understand that you have a lot of efforts to be involved with. We thank you again for your service in our communities, and we will bid you good day.
Thank you, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Councillors, we turn to item 5 of our agenda, and advising of declarations of conflicts of interest, prescribed or declarable. And I will advise that I have a conflict in relation to item 10.9, which we'll deal with when we get to that item. And I believe Councillor Hay has advised that she has conflicts in relation to item 11.1, which we'll deal with before we move into closed session later this morning. I'm not aware of any other conflicts. CEO, none from the table. Thank you. We move item 6, nothing to deal with there today. Item 7, nothing that I've been advised of to deal with there about deputations or petitions. come to the confirmation of minutes, and councillors, you'll be aware that we have two sets of minutes to deal with today. And the first is a recommendation that the minutes of the special meeting held on 19th of June 2023 be adopted. I will seek a mover. Councillor West, a seconder. Councillor Enright. I'll just turn to the GM Council Sustainability. Do you wish to add a comment to this item before we proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was just identified that in item one of the publications that was provided for in item 6.17, which is a revenue statement, it was stating an incorrect interest rate on overdue rates. However, item 6.14 from the same meeting is actually the head of power where that interest rate was set. So that is the interest rate for that. The way to rectify this in that publication is that an amended revenue statement will be presented to council at the next ordinary meeting on the 18th of July. Just amending that in future, it'll just have that general resolution containment in the resolution about any minor amendments and grammatical errors and things will be going forward. So,
thank you, GM. Any questions to that, councillors? Any additional questions to this item? Any additional discussion? Otherwise, councillor, you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. The second recommendation before us is the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of June 2023 be adopted. I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. A seconder. Councillor Chalk. Any discussion to this item? Councillors, any questions? Wish to speak? No, councillor. Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. CEO, business arising from this matter. I believe there's one item. Return to the GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity.
Thank you, Chair. At the special meeting held, item 6.11 was concessions to rates and charges. There was a question I took on notice from Councillor Hay, querying whether the part 4 of the recommendation applied to the Land for Wildlife participants. The response to that I can provide today. The rate rebate identified in that part of the recommendation does not apply to Land for Wildlife members. The property owners would need to either enter into a conservation agreement or a conservation covenant with council in addition to their Land for Wildlife status to receive a rate rebate. The conservation agreement and covenant have a higher threshold of eligibility, for example, rare and threatened species, and therefore not all Land for Wildlife properties are eligible to enter at the higher level agreement or covenant. This approach is consistent across local governments in South East Queensland that administer Land for Wildlife programs, conservation agreements and conservation covenants. I took a subsequent question from the councillor at the time as to why do we have to conform with what other LGAs are doing, local government areas are doing, and I can respond with notification that generally speaking there isn't any restriction on council that we are aware of, no formal restriction, but a change like this would require greater consideration, including legislative compliance, administrative requirements, budget, revenue implications and resourcing from council to undertake that. In addition, the biodiversity team have indicated they could review the Land for Wildlife program arrangements to ensure that council is offering the rebate that doesn't conflict with the strategic direction or potentially diminish the current program. But a change like this would have some ramifications for the program across the South East Queensland, so they have committed to doing further research and will bring further information back to councillors once that's completed.
Thank you for that response. Thank you. No other items that I'm aware of. Thank you. We then move to item 10 of today's agenda. We start with item 10.1 and we turn to the GM Customer Regional Prosperity once again to introduce this item on page 6 of today's agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10.1 before you, councillors, is a relatively straightforward report. I'll take it that you have read the report. What we're asking to do with this item is to no longer publish the register of grants, active grants and subsidies on council's website based on the reasons that are outlined in the report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any points for clarification, councillors? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. A question through you to the GM. What is our normal process in acknowledging the funding avenues or streams in specific projects?
Thank you for your question, councillor, through your chair. Generally, there's a range of steps that we would go through and depending on the grant, the size of the grant and where we have received the grant from, there's multiple things that may happen across a range of grants. Primarily, there would be announcements subject to the approval of the granting body that would happen in media. That would also extend across our council's website and have visibility on our socials. We, from time to time, bring larger grants back through council, whereby they may need grant match funding or require resolution of council. So there's visibility also through the council agenda. In a lot of cases, the grants and things that we've applied for, we've sourced information or support, letters of support from community organisations that might be part thereof where a grant may be being delivered. So there are a range of channels that we regularly advise the community of the successes that we've achieved through our grants program.
Thank you. No other questions? Introduce. Sorry, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, through the chair to the GM again. Could you give us an idea of how many staff are actually involved in the maintenance of the register?
So primarily, we have one full-time grants officer, and we've had our special projects officer who prepared this report, facilitated the development of the grants officer of the grants register that we published. However, that required working across the assets and environmental sustainability area with the general manager and the officers that are involved there, and many of the other officers that are the program leads or the program managers for the delivery of those grants. So it could have been up to probably 10 or 12 people that we would be sourcing information from in order to populate and maintain the register.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further clarifications. Introduce the recommendation for this item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before you, for your consideration, councillors, is a recommendation that one, council acknowledge adequate and relevant information on external grants and subsidies received by council is provided by several channels such as council's annual report, ordinary meeting reports, Let's Talk Scenic Rim, media releases and social media platforms. And two, that council endorse ceasing the labour-intensive publication of the register of active grants and subsidies on council's website.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Seconder, Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a good initiative and something that we tried, but given the fact that, as reported on page 7 in the year of 2022, there was only 25 clicks and we're not sure whether those are some are internal or external. And the fact that most of this information is now available throughout other documents, I think it's pertinent that we cease with the laborious task of maintaining this register and ensure that staff are appropriately not conducting work that's onerous for no gain. So I thank the GM for bringing this through, that we did try it, and now that we know that it's not worth the time of our council officers to maintain this register, I think it's great that you bring it back and we close this off. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.2, commencing on page 10 of today's agenda. I note we're joined by a couple of officers, but GM, I'll hand back to you for the introduction.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10.2 is the Flying Fox Roost Management Planning for Beaudesert and Canungra. And as the Mayor mentioned, I have the Manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity and the Principal Specialist Biodiversity and Climate Change. I'm going to ask the Principal Specialist if he would present this report. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Good morning, councillors, and good morning, Executive Leadership Team. So the purpose of this report is to present the Canungra Flying Fox Roost Management Plan and also the Beaudesert Flying Fox Roost Management Plan. Each of these is a high conflict roost site within our region, consisting of black flying foxes, grey-headed flying foxes, and during some peak periods in the last few years, we've also seen little red flying foxes in excess of approximately 20,000 individuals. For this reason, it's obviously a site of high conflict, and in responding to this, Council applied for round 2, stream 2 of Queensland Government funding to undertake a roost management planning process for both these sites. The process involved significant consultation with the public community, and we were fortunate that we were going through consultation more broadly for our Flying Fox management strategy, our whole of council strategy at the time. So we've been fortunate to bring that information back into the reports before you. In addition, we undertook on-site consultation with both the Canungra residents and the Beaudesert residents, so the ones that are directly affected by those roosts, during the 27th of March and also the 3rd of April. During this period, there was some themes in the concerns raised by the residents, that being odour and noise. Also the impacts to their property, so being able to use their backyard or being able to use their home, even simple things such as listening to their TV due to flying fox noise. So there was, I guess, themes that we noticed through that consultation. In addition, we also had the issue of obviously disease risk and perceived disease risk, whether direct through lyssavirus transmission or indirectly through things such as feces on roofs and potential contamination of rainwater. So through that entire process, the consultation with those residents, that greater consultation piece, and then also the site inspections for the roosts, looking at the history of the roost and looking at the potential management options. We developed a table, it's in section 5 of both the reports, and that considers all the management options available for those roost sites. It also lists out the advantages and disadvantages of those actions, with some obviously having higher risks than others in terms of intervention. From those management options, we actually developed a preference of management responses for each of those sites. So within the Canungra site, some of those management actions include working with the Department of Transport and Main Roads. The road noise was a significant issue in terms of moving flying foxes within that site. Some options for buffering the heavily impacted residents through vegetation modification. Also, education was raised as a big concern, both directly with the residents, but also more broadly with the community, such as the Canungra School, and then also the opportunity for a subsidy program, which is to be explored further when the strategy comes through to council. The other things explored were alternative habitat creation, so actually buffering areas to reduce the impact of things such as mowing operations on pushing the flying foxes up into unwanted areas. The management actions in Beaudesert were similar in that we were looking at creating certain areas of habitat away from residents in low conflict areas, but also managing that vegetation to improve those buffers for those residents. In addition, in Bow Desert, there was also a subsidy program proposed as well, and there was some strategic thinning of vegetation. So some areas where vegetation was along a creek line, so we couldn't remove all vegetation, but rather had to strategize to remove certain parts of the vegetation. So from those management actions, we do have a window of opportunity at the moment. With the flying fox roosts being, the Canungra roost is currently vacant, and the Bow Desert roost is down in numbers significantly. So we have this opportunity to undertake those management actions, the vegetation modifications specifically. And we are seeking to adopt this plan for a 6-month trial period, so we can undertake those management actions. And through that period, we'll also be taking this out to consultation with the community. So that will also time in with the consultation for the overarching council strategy for flying fox management. And then it'll also be an opportunity to review those management actions and then see how successful they've been. But I understand there's a lot involved in these two reports. They're quite lengthy, and there is 80 pages there. So if you have some specific questions, I'm more than happy to take those. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Councillors, any points for clarification? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the officers, and thank you for outlining. Part of my question was, what are some of the proposed management project or techniques that are contemporary now? I just wondered if you might give a little bit of an update, because often the community ask about the method we used in the past of doing smoking in the early hours of the morning, and I think we did that on two separate occasions, but just thank you.
Yeah, so the method that was applied previously was a method of dispersal. So generally speaking, the intent behind a dispersal is to move the entire colony to a new location. That has been a traditional method of councils, but recent studies suggest that it is fraught with risk. Firstly, it's a risk to the animals in terms of fatality, also for abortion of young, but also it's a risk to the community in that we can move them into an unwanted location. We can splinter the roost into several different locations. There's also some constraints on how wide we can disperse. If we split up a roost, then there is a risk that it's beyond the control of council then. So it really is an old way of thinking, but it can be coupled with other management actions in the right context, but unfortunately in both the situation of Canungra and Bow Desert, dispersals aren't very successful. They're just costly to council and fraught with risk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, clarity? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the officer. Josh, would you please explain the importance of flying foxes in the environment?
Thank you, Councillor, and a good question. Flying foxes are hugely important to our environment across the Australian landscape, but also within the Scenic Rim. They're called what's termed a keystone species, in that they have the ability to actually alter an entire ecosystem. So much of the ecosystems you see around the Scenic Rim, our different eucalypt forests, wet sclerophyll forests, and those types of ecosystems, they've actually created those through their ability to pollinate and also disperse seeds across the landscape. So much the same as our other major pollinators like bees, for instance, they are hugely important, and if they cease to exist tomorrow, then we would see a dramatic change in our landscape.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Josh, hindsight's a great thing, but I'm more interested being ahead of the game with them, and is there something we can do in different areas, or identify areas where they've ended up being like these two areas, and can we do something before they get there rather than once they get there? And are there other areas being identified in our region?
That's also a really, really good question, and there is ways to identify where they are likely to go. We can forward predict that to a point. There's a preference for certain things such as aspect or slope, proximity to waterways, obviously vegetation of a certain structure. They prefer those characteristics. The challenge that we have is that we can predict to a point, but we're never certain. The one thing we are certain of is once they start to build fidelity to a site, it is challenging to move them because that is one of the draw cards. So, and that's why, to the other councillor's question, that's why dispersals are such a struggle. In terms of forward planning, there has been some work done where carers actually release flying foxes into certain sites, and that's something that we are investigating, although there isn't really confirmed scientific evidence to support that. So,
if I can just add, Councillor, we're currently in the process of reviewing the flying fox management strategy, and as part of that, that will identify the different types of roosts, and particularly new roosts that establish, and that how we deal with those preemptively to maybe try and restrict that developing into a permanent roost. So that strategy will come forward in draft form in the near future, and then would go out for public consultation as well.
Thank you. I have Councillor West, and then I think Councillor Hayes waiting.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the officers. Just bearing in mind that these are only 2 roosts and we have a number within the scenic room, these 2 on council-owned property, just wondering if there will be a little bit of an update for into the future, perhaps, please, about roosts that are on private property and how we deal moving forward with those, please.
The strategy actually outlines the management response for those private lands. It will be, I guess, broadly speaking, it will be a different management response, given that in the instance of Canunga and Bow Desert, we do own the land that the primary roost resides on, but that will come up for further discussion as to that management response. Thanks.
Councillor Hay.
Through the chair to the officers, following on from Councillor McInnes's question and Councillor West's question, the report identifies that there are 14 known roosts within the scenic rim, including in areas without reticulated water supply. It also states that 50% of roosts are within less than 200 metres of a watercourse. So in the case of Canunga, when Canunga Creek flow diminishes or ceases, does that tend to move the roost on, or do they stay in situ?
It's hard to say. There is a microclimate effect provided by water. So if there is a water body, then flying foxes will be attracted to that. In saying that, we do see some roosts persist in ephemeral waterways where the water actually dries up completely. So I guess it's hard to know exactly that point in time whether it's the water that drives them to change or potentially something else in the landscape, maybe a lack of flowering in the local region.
And it's fair to say that flying foxes tend to be consistently inconsistent in where they go and how they operate, which makes things like dispersal and how we treat them very difficult because they all react differently, and it's very hard to predict their behaviours.
Councillor Hay, you have a further question?
Yes, a further question through the chair. The report also states that the development at Canunga Rise Estate may have destroyed potentially suitable flying fox habitat. Is council giving consideration to planning matters in the future so that we're not increasing the risk to the flying foxes and the habitat and the incompatibility of future developments with the existing wildlife?
Thank you for the question. Council has recently approved a further amendment to the planning scheme to be developed, and that looks at matters of local environmental significance, and that's particularly within the urban footprint areas. So we're looking at things such as the environmental issues of vegetation, water and the like. So that's progressing at the moment. I believe there'll be an update to council in the very near future of how that's progressing. And what we're intending to do there is look very specifically at those sites, whereas a lot of the planning that is done is using state data, which is not as local as we'd like to be. So we're working through that at the moment. That's a joint effort between our strategic planning team and the biodiversity and climate change team as well.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, you.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the officers through you. How time critical is the ability to carry out works for perhaps vegetation management and the likes during the winter months?
It's hard to say. We currently have a window of possibly between 6 to 8 weeks potentially. In the winter months, we do notice the flying foxes reduce in numbers and potentially fully vacate the site, which is what we currently have in Canungra. So we realistically have a window of maybe a few months at most before it starts to warm up and we start to see those flying foxes return. To what number they return is an unknown, but assuming they return to the full capacity, we would have to postpone the works until possibly next winter, probably about May next year.
If I could just add, that's the reason we're doing this a little bit out of sequence to the way we would like to do. We would normally like to do the risk management plans, go back, have public consultation, take that feedback and provide a final draft. But I think we'll miss our window if we do that. So what we're proposing is that we introduce them for a period of 6 months. That gives us time to do the work. It will also give us the opportunity to see how that work actually, the success of it, and have that review and also talk to the people. So in 6 months' time or so, when it comes back to council, we'll not only have the public consultation, but we should also have some measure on how successful our work has been to date.
Thank you. Further question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One more. Does the prohibition of removal of vegetation in core koala habitat and koala priority areas apply within a certain distance of an occupied dwelling?
So in the instance of this, no, the prohibitions don't apply. There's the vegetation management's within proximity of an existing dwelling, which means it's exempt for that purpose. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hay?
Final question, thank you. Some of the suggestions in the report, which I must say was an extremely extensive report, indicate that there are certain mitigation options available to residents, such as the use of first flush devices to ensure you don't end up with fecal matter in your rainwater tank. One of the other suggested deterrents was canopy mounted sprinklers. How is this compatible with future water restrictions in Canungra? They don't seem to be compatible.
As a method, it's very effective because the water's only sprinkling for the return. So it's not like they're running all night. That's the trade-off. You're trading off the effectiveness against the water supply. So, and there is obviously a cost involved to the owners on using the water. Josh, you might know the volumes of water that might be used.
It's probably something I would need to investigate further. But in terms of the reason for canopy mounted sprinklers is if the vegetation is removed, then you've essentially used that management action. There's no return on that. Whereas with a canopy mounted sprinkler system, it's more about when the flying foxes are actually in that buffer area. So that it's not something where it would be all year round and the sprinklers would run all year round. It's a case of if they pushed into that buffer area, you could turn the sprinkler on, they'd push back out, and then you can turn the sprinkler off.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just wondering if we have any idea what sort of cost this might bear on council to manage these flying fox roosts.
In the short term, the actions within the two plans are within council budget. The challenge we have is into the future, not knowing where these roofs will turn up and the impact that they'll have, and then the need for future planning, future management response. That's really the unknown. But within these two existing plans, the actions are either within council's costs or something to be investigated through the grants rounds through the Queensland government.
Thank you, that answered my question. Anything further? If not, we introduce the recommendations, please.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation is that 1, Council adopt the Canungra Creek Lions Park Flying Fox Roost Management Plan for a pilot period of 6 months with the intent to undertake time-critical works in the meantime. 2, that Council adopt the Beaudesert Lions Bicentennial Park Flying Fox Roost Management Plan. Sorry, there's an error there, Sharon. It should read for a pilot period of 6 months with the intent to undertake time-critical works in the meantime. And 3, that Council note the intent is to undertake further community consultation for each roost management plan in conjunction with consultation for the Scenic Rim Regional Council Flying Fox Management Strategy.
Thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor West, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Enright. Further questions? I think that last question from Councillor Chalk, you picked up the tail of it. It would be, for me, interesting to understand what level of interest has previously been shown by the state, given this sits very much under their legislative framework, for the strength of investment, both for property owners as well as for councils, in going beyond just creating the plan, but actually the completion of the execution of solutions. So what's the level of appetite that we experienced good access to funding for prior endeavours in this regard? Is there a view, or like, have we accessed prior successful grants beyond the making of the plans, is the question.
Scenic Rim Regional Council hasn't, but other councils have, and I believe there is a new round of grants which has been announced recently, which supports management actions. So it really depends on the round that you apply for, but there is support there for those on-ground actions.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? If not, you wish to speak to your motion, councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, certainly very appreciative that this report has been brought forward by this section by some months, knowing how critical the time is at the moment that we have to address these two roosts. I'd also just like to acknowledge the funding that we received, and also EcoSure, who were the consultants who came on board, and from discussions with them, from reading their report, they have a long history with local governments and various different roosts around the South or the Queensland area. So they have a great body of knowledge, and certainly for those residents who they spoke with directly, they were very appreciative of the input that they put into this. I just also wanted to mention we have a Flying Fox Management Strategy that was completed in 2015 by Council, and a lot of education has come out of that, and certainly for the Canungra community, there was a lot of education done in the community with the school and with various different agencies around, and I do believe that has set the community in good stead for understanding how flying foxes work and the ecology of them. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Speak additionally? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly endorse the comments of Councillor West and thank officers and our industry experts for their efforts so far. Also understand the impacts that the residents that occur as a result of the flying foxes, and also the complexity of flying foxes, but also the importance of them in the environment. So I think this is a great way to proceed under a trial for 6 months, under specific roost management plans for these two areas, to ensure that we can provide a better outcome without dispersing into more high-risk areas in our town. So I think that's a very critical point. So I thank the officers for the work that's been done so far.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Wish to close, councillor?
No, thank you.
We put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to page 180 of today's agenda to item 10.3, and we turn to the GM Asset and Environmental Sustainability. And thank you for your assistance.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.3 deals with Council's Black Spots funding submission for the 2024-2025 round of submissions. I have the Acting Manager of Capital Works and Asset Management here to provide further details with regard to this item.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor and councillors and officers. So this report is to nominate black spot projects for the 24-20 year of 24-25. So based on the basically the crash data and safety concerns, we are nominating two projects for the year 24-25 for the black spot funding program. So first project is Coralbin Road from Scenic 0 to Scenic 1320 in Coralbin, and the second project is intersection of Albert Street and Anna Street at Bow Desert. So for those both projects, the funding total or the nomination is for there are two treatments or two different parts of request for fundings. One is core treatment. So for core treatment, the Coralbin Road is proposed for 1.307 million, and for Albert Street and Anna Street, Bow Desert, which is a proposed roundabout, the treatment is 1.742, which totals to 3.049 as a core treatment, and there is added value treatment for Coralbin Road for $60,000. So on both those two treatments, core and added value treatment, combined it becomes 3.109. So those are the two projects proposed for the black spot nominations.
Thank you. Councillors, any points for clarification to the report? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Through your question to the officer, just clarification in the body of the report on page 180, it refers to two eligible projects, the ones that have been outlined. And then on page 182, it talks about the Albert Street and Anna Street. The project doesn't meet the BCR, benefit cost ratio, criteria for the requirements. And my question is, can a project be eligible and not meet the BCR criteria?
So with the main roads, what they are also looking for is the proactive type of treatments or proactive projects where there is more possibility of reducing the crashes, and that's why we are nominating this project, even though it does not qualify the BCR, till we are putting it forward as a proactive treatment project. Thanks for the question, Councillor.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? If not, introduce the recommendation, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council endorse the application of the following projects to improve driver and road user safety for funding under the Australian Government 2024-2025 Black Spot Program, being Coralbin Road, Chainage 0 to Chainage 1320, Coralbin, and the second project being intersection of Albert Street and Anna Street, Bow Desert. And 2, Council note a contribution of $60,000 would be required if the Coralban Road Change 0 to 1320, a Coralban project, was approved for inclusion in the Australian Government 2024-2025 Black Spot Program.
Thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor Enright, seconder, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? If not, wish to speak, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly am happy to endorse these two projects for application for funding for the Australian Government 2024-25 Black Spot funding. These are two high-risk areas where there has been a history of accidents, and if this funding is successful, then I'm sure it will have a successful benefit impact on reducing vehicle accidents on these two sections of these road networks.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move now to item 10.4. We turn to the GM Council Sustainability, page 192 for those following in their agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone, including those in the digital gallery. 10.4, I guess the next sequence of reports, Mayor and Councillors, is all interrelated somewhat, and there could be even rationale to consider the sequencing of this one. Ultimately, this report, I take it as read, sets out the a revised structure in the ordinary meeting dates and sets out the dates for that following the revision of the way currently meetings are held within council. Under this, contained in this report, endorses a change from two ordinary meeting structures per month to a single meeting structure to a single ordinary meeting structure per month. And the report contains the dates of those meetings commencing from October through until February 2024. Happy to field any particular questions if there's any.
Thank you, GM. Questions for clarification, councillors? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just to the through the chair to the CR, if I could. How much time will this free up for our council officers in regards to reducing their time spent on constructing reports for council?
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. It would be a significant amount of time that officers will save moving to monthly meetings. It will also allow for a higher level of scrutiny of each of the documents as we go through and take them to council and have the time to actually do that. So the trade-off will be is the council meetings on a monthly basis will probably go a bit longer than the meetings we have at the moment. But we won't have the same amount of staff involved on a regular basis within the council meeting. So there is significant time saving that will go.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell, you have a further question?
Just another follow-up question on that. There was some talk earlier in our term about getting planning applications to council on time to prevent a deemed refusal. Given the fact that we're going to monthly meetings instead of to a month, will that affect any timings for development applications?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. As part of the review of this process, we went back and had a look at how many special meetings had been called. As a result of planning matters, we were unable to find any over about the last 5 years. So if there is a need for a planning matter to be dealt with, a special meeting can be called and it will be dealt with within that time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further clarifications, councillors? If not, GM, I'll get you to introduce the recommendation for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. The recommendation for item 10.4 is that 1, council endorse a new meeting schedule by holding one ordinary meeting per month to be held generally on the fourth Wednesday of each month, commencing from 1 October 2023. 2. Council adopt the following October 2023 to February 2024 dates for ordinary meetings, with the meetings to commence at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, 25th of October 2023, Wednesday, 22nd of November 2023, Wednesday, 20th of December 2023, Wednesday, 31st of January 2024, and Wednesday, 28th of February 2024. And 3, acknowledge that Council acknowledge that ordinary meetings scheduled in October 2023 to February 2024 will be held in the Council Chambers, 82 Brisbane Street, Beaudesert.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Seeker seconder, Councillor West. Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. On page 194 of the agenda, it is mentioned that the meeting date is to be changed from a Tuesday to a Wednesday, which is a one-day change. However, the proposed timing of the provision of the agendas to ensure adequate time for readers to review the reports has been reduced by 1 day. So if the agendas are to be made available by close of business on the Friday, as suggested, prior to each meeting, we, as councillors, will be looking at a vastly increased agenda, but with one less day to actually analyse the content. Could we look at moving the date by which the agenda should be provided to councillors so that we have a full week as we do presently? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly look at trying to issue the agenda last thing on a Thursday and undertake best endeavours to do that, but there will be matters that always flick over onto a Friday. It depends on the quality of the council reports coming through and the referrals and other items that impact on the reports, but we'll do best endeavours to do that.
And just as a point of clarity for those listening, Councillor, the timing, there is a minimum statutory obligation for the release, which is 2 days before the meeting. However, the resolution that we're discussing does not specify the time of release. That's included in the report for information to explain how the process will work, but it's not actually, the timing of those releases is not part of the resolution that we're considering, just to make sure that those listening understand that piece of context of what we are addressing. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, if I could ask through you to the CEO, is there a reason moving from the Tuesday to the Wednesday?
Through Mr. Mayor, and I'm more than happy to be corrected, I believe we were on Tuesdays to meet the needs in the past of media organisations to meet their deadlines. Is that correct? That is correct.
Well, sorry, I would have to just correct that piece. Prior term, we had them on Monday. It was a decision of this term of council to move them to Tuesdays. I would say that there were some less than delighted members of the media by that move, but because the Monday gave them more time to confirm items before their deadlines. However, given the visibility of matters through agendas, it hasn't seemed to have caused too much ongoing disruption. So I think that's just clarifying a piece from history, because there will certainly be people who want to bring that to light otherwise. So yeah, we are discussing the move to Wednesdays now, so just history is a delightful thing. Any further questions?
I'm not sure whether the Mayor's interruption actually you haven't answered the question. I didn't think, given the facts of as they were before. But.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it also allows councillors 2 business days to ask any questions about the reports or suggest any other amendments to the reports as well. So that in itself opens it up for a bit more time for consideration by councillors as well. I don't know if the General Manager wanted to add anything there.
No, that's correct, and obviously the sequencing, as earlier identified by Councillor Hay, in giving that ample time over generally the weekends aren't there, so you get extra 2 days in business days to read. And
So any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? If not, we move. You wish to speak to the motion, Councillor McCall?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do. I think it's a good change, considering the light load that we currently have across the ordinary meetings, to move to a once a month, and given the fact that, as outlined, we don't actually have any special meetings for trying to include development applications over the last few years. I think this is a good change across the board, including the other items that we have coming up that relate to the council business and how we operate. So I fully endorse the change to a monthly meeting.
And wishing to speak against? Speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.5, page 196 of today's agenda. And we're back with you, GM.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.5 is the review of the standing orders, policy and procedures. I guess this is this project in particular is long overdue, and it's been a long time coming. Councillors, you'd recall the standing orders were last reviewed back in late October 2020, taking into account changes to legislation, including Belcara and everything else. I guess at that particular time, there was an unintended sort of view to get the Queensland government's model standing orders and put some layman term wording in those that set of standing orders. What we've seen, and especially in recent times, with some observations provided by the governance advisor around the current standing orders and the ambiguity and some of the result of that deviating away from a legal sense to a general sense has resulted in a number of issues for council. What's been proposed here today, what's been proposed as part of this project is going back to the standard model meeting procedures, standing orders that's been provided by the Queensland government, albeit some minor changes that's contained in the reports. We have recognised that there may have been just some minor anomalies that have crept in, and there may be a suggestion to have an inclusion in the resolution to allow for those grammatical matters to be rectified, Mr Mayor. But outside of that, happy to, and certainly got the Principal Specialist Governance and Advisor with us today to field any further queries. But I think this is this review is long overdue, and it's certainly looks to provide and pave the way for council to have better understanding around meeting processes and procedures.
Thank you. Points for clarification, councillors, to this item? Councillor Enron.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in comparing what we've currently got and the new, there's a couple of things that I'm just looking for clarification on. And first one would be, where is notice of motion likely to be positioned in the agenda?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. The notice of, just to answer that, the notice of motion, once received, would form part of the business and will be introduced by a council report, as it has in the past.
Further questions, councillor?
One more. Would it be worth considering a page on abbreviations and definitions, just to have a reference?
Through your chair, I yes, take that suggestion on board, and certainly we can look to revise it, and that could form part of the minor amendments or the grammatical changes matter that can be included. It doesn't in no way is there a material impact on the intent of the documents by including abbreviations, but certainly for those for ease of reference and understanding of it, I guess that's a good suggestion.
Thank you. Further questions? Further clarification?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So essentially this is based more tightly around the model rules as opposed to what may have become the Scenic Rims interpretation. What are the benefits that come out of it being more tightly controlled around the model rules?
There's probably a multitude. I guess it's one of the first example is just of ease of accessing. Our current model standing orders has been split into various documentations that makes it hard to reference. And again, that was the original intent of that was to try and simplify that process. But in simplifying, it probably made it more complicated. So we're going back to the norm. But one of the original ones is taking the ambiguity. Some of the language that was used in the model standing orders was simplified in nature, which sort of caused some concerns around the intent of the original messaging, and that opened up individual interpretations of what that meant rather than what the legal interpretation of that should have dictated. But yeah, it's going back to what the model, Queensland Government model standing orders, which is predominantly what's used by the local governments as well within Queensland.
Thank you. Further clarifications? If not, Jim, if you'd like to introduce the recommendations, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.5 today is that 1, Council rescind the Council policy, Standing Orders CM 03.01 CP. 2, Council rescind the Council procedure, Standing Orders CM 03.01 PR.01. 3, Council rescind the Council procedure, Standing Orders Administration and Conduct CM 03.01 PR.02. 4, Council rescind the Council policy, Meeting and Other Forums, Administration and Participation CM 03.07 CP. 5, Council adopt the Council policy, Standing Orders for Council Meetings CM 03.01 CP. And 6, Council adopt the revised Council procedure, Meetings and Other Forums, Administration and Participation CM 03.07 PR.01.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell, seconder, Councillor Chalk. Any further questions, councillors?
Can I move an amendment now?
You can. So
it's just that extra. Oh, okay. I'll let Councillor Enright do it.
I'm just not sure that was.
Sorry.
Anyway, I'll continue.
Sorry, I'm not sure what was proposed.
Yes, okay. Just to the additional paragraph being added to enable grammatical changes, that standard paragraph that we use for the CEO to make necessary grammatical changes that don't change the content and come back to council with.
Sorry, Councillor, I thought you were going to note the amendment requested to include definitions.
From the response from the General Manager, I thought that was being captured in that.
Sorry.
But I'm happy to do that if that's not the interpretation. Yep.
Just see if we can pull this wording forward for you.
Can I provide the wording? Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes. Oh, sorry.
Do that again. So read that again.
Oh, sorry. to make minor grammatical and formatting changes. Prior to publishing.
That don't materially change.
Yes.
So I think.
Yeah. After its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised by Council's prior to publishing. Sorry, I was just reading that.
Where's it from, Molly? And I'll just copy it myself.
I'll just send it in IM.
Sorry, Councillor Enright, I just noted the questioning look, and when we've got this wording, we'll just come back and check whether that then captures all of the aspects that you were wanting clarified.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I'd appreciate that.
So you want 2 documents listed out?
And through you, Chair, and through with Councillor Enright's including the addition of abbreviation definition section.
So
After.
I would suggest including that after minor grammatical and formatting changes in the end of the start of the second line, and then somewhere there including. Is that right?
Including an abbreviation and definition schedule. Does that meet the?
So this will actually be.
So just to aid everybody's clarity, Councillor, would you just read now the formally described version of your amendment?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My amendment is that an additional paragraph 7 be added to the motion. Number 7, that Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes, including an abbreviation and definition schedule, prior to the Council Policy Standing Orders for Council Meetings, CM 03.01CP, and Council Procedure, Meeting and Other Forums, and administration and participation, CM 03.07PR.01, if required, after adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Yep. Yep, I think that's right. Council is just noting we've removed, to recommend removing the second prior at the end of this, the first prior, so because it's repeated further on, so it becomes a circular reference of not relevance. Thank you. Okay, moved. Councillor. Well, firstly, moving that, Councillor Enright, is that you're comfortable that's what you're proposing?
Thank you, Mayor, I am.
So we can avoid taking it to a vote if the mover is comfortable. Councillors?
Mover is happy, Mr Mayor.
Righto. So we now have the updated motion. The mover is still agreeable. Any other questions, councillors? Any other discussion? Wish to speak? Councillor McConnell?
Only to say this is just an ongoing governance procedure that we've been going through since the appointment of the department advisor. So I think it's will come a long way to improving the governance within the chambers and the council. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Wish to speak additionally? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that I'm very pleased to see that public question time has now become an integral part of an ordinary meeting agenda. I think it serves the public interests better to have it incorporated within the meeting. Previously, there have been difficulties in accessing the audio for public question time prior to the ordinary meeting. It was difficult to find on Council's website and to access the link. So to incorporate it in the agenda for the ordinary meeting, I think is a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I think these documents are a significant improvement on our current policies, and I believe it will serve well in the operations of around this table in the chamber.
Thank you. Councillors, wish to close, Councillor? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillors, we are going to adjourn there for a break, and we will return at 10:50. So for those in the digital gallery, we will return in approximately, not quite 20 minutes' time. Thank you. Thank you, councillors and executive, and to those joining us through the digital gallery. We reconvene at 10:50 and we turn to item 10.6, which commences on page 196 of today's agenda. And again, GM, we're sorry, to page 296. Did I say that right? Yes, 296 of today's agenda. And we turn to you, GM, for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, item 10.6 is titled Council Administrative Support Policy and Review of Acceptable Request Policy and Procedure. So this report covers off on two items. And on the back of the continuous improvement of things, this is certainly a big benefit to that. The first one is the Council Administrative Support Policy. This is a new policy to Council, but it clearly provides the guidelines around the support that can be provided to elected members to keep them in that in the right context of not overstepping their mark as role of councillors. So it's clearly provides the examples and necessary guidelines to assist in the type of support that can be provided to elected members. The second part is part of our standard policy review framework. The accepted request policies and procedure has also been reviewed, and this is also coupled with the recommendations provided by the governance advisor. Effectively, it's resulted in a comprehensive review of the acceptable requests and guidelines policy. And again, it's hoped that these revised policies and procedures really do provide the guidance to the elected members in seeking information and or requests. Happy to go through any particulars of these, but the report's pretty straightforward and certainly outlines the changes in the revision of the policy and procedure, but also the intent of the new policy coming in.
Thank you, GM, for that introduction. Councillors, you've had the report. Any points for clarification? If not, we move forward to the recommendation. GM?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, Council adopt the Council policy, Councillor Administrative Support. 2, Council adopt the Council policy GM 03.17CP, Acceptable Request Guidelines, which will replace the previous version adopted by Council on 9 November 2020. 3, Council rescind the Acceptable Request Procedure CM 3.17PR.01, which was adopted on 9 November 2020. And 4, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the Council policy, Councillor Administrative Support, and Council policy CM 03.17CP, Acceptable Request Guidelines, if required, after adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor West. Seconder, Councillor Chalk. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor McConnell.
Just through the chair to the GM, is there a policy number for the councillor administrative support?
Because this is a new policy, it hasn't been allocated one yet. So once adopted by council, it will be allocated a number and then be part of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? If not, you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to mention a timely update of these policies, and ably assisted by the governance advisor who was on board at the time to assist our governance staff in preparing these.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you. Just in regards to the councillor administrative support, I'd just like to thank the the council officers who staff that area. Linda especially, who takes a lot of my work, and Sharon in the past, Leah and Dee. I think they do a fantastic job, and this should help clarify some of the issues that we've had. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Not put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.7, page 319 of today's agenda. Again, GM, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before I get into this one, just further to that the sequencing and numbering, I've just been added that it was an administrative error in that was missed, but it will be prior to publishing, it'll be rectified and then placed onto that policy. So
you're referring to the prior
prior one, missing the sequencing and the numbers.
Thank you.
So 10.7 today, again, this is a further iteration. Councillors would be aware that we currently broadcast meetings now audio. Over a period of time ago, there was a suggestion to include video to the broadcast. Over the time this was tested and a suitable solution was procured. In order to activate that now, there's a policy in place. The live streaming of council meetings, including the video live streaming, is there for consideration prior to turning the cameras on. I take the report's been read, but if there's any technical questions around the meetings, the policy takes into account aspects around privacy and everything else that needed to be covered off before council could consider this option.
Thank you, GM, for that introduction. Any points for clarification, councillors? If not, we'll come to the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.7 today is that council adopt council policy live streaming of council meetings CM 03.37 CP. And two, council delegate to Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical changes and formatting changes to the council policy live streaming of council meeting CM 03.37 CP, if required after adoption and prior to publishing on council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor Hay. Seek a seconder, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? If not, councillor, you wish to speak to motion?
No, thank you, Chair.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long time coming. I remember when we first started requesting that live streaming be included. It's great to hear voices, but putting a face to a voice will certainly help in recognising the work that we do once we leave this chamber and go out. It also allows the public to see the workings within the chambers other than just audio. So greatly appreciate that this has finally come. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd concur with Councillor McConnell. I think this is a good thing. We've seen over this term how well received the audio has been, and this is the next step forward. So looking forward to seeing how this goes out in the public, and I'm sure they will appreciate the access that this provides to them. So thank you.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we return your wish to close, councillor.
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.8, page 326. And again, GM, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.8 is the consideration for the establishment of a councillor portfolio system. This rides on the coattails of the previous items around the reviewing of council meeting structures and formats, and today the council portfolio system is being sought for consideration. The report spells out, including the policy, spells out how the portfolios work and how they're administered, and provides an appropriate mechanisms that give some councillors some areas of responsibility under the portfolio system. Outside of that, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I can read out some of the dot points contained in the report. I'll just be reiterating what's contained in the report. I'm happy to certainly take any queries around aspects of it. It is available on the agenda and open to the public.
Thank you. Councillors, any points for clarification? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question through you to the General Manager. For the benefit of those in the gallery, I wonder if it might be possible to outline those portfolios proposed.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Enright. I'm just going to the right page now, so just the 333. The policy suggests a number of portfolios, and these portfolios, appointments of councillors to these portfolios would be for a duration of 12 months. Portfolio 1 is the community arts and culture. Did you want me to read who's
proposed? I think for now,
it's just the portfolios.
What are the portfolio scopes?
Yep. So yeah, community arts and culture portfolio, active transport, roads and bridges and paths portfolio, sports and recreation portfolio, tourism and regional events portfolio, biodiversity and agribusiness portfolio, economic development and prosperity portfolio, and parks, gardens and open space portfolio.
Thank you. Councillor, that was your question. Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
So my question's similar. It's considering this as a policy, why was the appointments put in the policy and not as a separate attachment?
Thank you, Councillor. I concur with the question. We've had this discussion.
I'll get Principal Secretary of Government Insurance to provide a response to that. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the idea of having those portfolio councillors' positions listed in the policy piece is so that it's all in the one place for ease of access. That was the thinking behind it. This will be published on Council's website, and as they scroll through, as people scroll through that, they'll see that in there. That's an option. Otherwise, they'd have to go and look at a different publication. It's kind of a either-or situation. So that was the reason why we suggested that it be part of the policy and be included in there.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was just going to ask a supplementary question to aid the clarity. Based on that, any time there is a recognition to change the scope of a portfolio or the representative of a portfolio, that means the policy in total will come back for review.
That's correct. That's a further note I had. It's that there's an automatic review of the policy will then allow the review of the representations to those as well. So the annual review of the policy will necessitate the identification and nominations for the particular portfolio councillors, and any changes to the portfolio in terms of the metrics, as you said, Mr. Mayor, that would require that review mechanism to come in and get council to consider the changes.
Thank you. Any other clarifications, councillors? Not if we introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, Council adopt a council policy, council portfolios CM03.35 CP, and 2, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the council policy, councillor portfolios CM03.35 CP, if required, after adoption, and prior to the publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Seeker mover. Councillor Chalk, thank you. Seeker seconder, Councillor Hay. Further questions, councillors? I would just ask one administrative question. Given the timing in the cycle of when we're doing this, the wording that describes them as 12-month appointments, at some point we'll need to recognise that local government elections occur at a different point in the cycle, and in fact appointments will need to be reconsidered immediately post the local government election. That's assumed, it's just not included in the wording. Thank you. Any other questions, any other discussion? If not, you wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm very excited about this policy coming forward. It's been a long time in the making, with many considerations across the table in this time of council. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this goes moving forward. It's going to be a different role for a councillor in the council, and it'll give us some insight into a few things which we've been seeking. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it implemented and being a part of it, and I endorse this policy to the council.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councillor Chalk's comments. It's been a long time coming, and I think it's a process that we've been going towards in regards to the restructure and a measured approach towards a possible return to committees. And I think this is just one peg in the rung to have a look at how we provide the governance required to effectively operate as a council. So fully endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, not only in this term of council, but in previous terms of council, the council portfolios have been spoken about at length. So this is really pleasing to see that we have finally reached this milestone with a lot of guidance. And so I'm also rather excited about this, and certainly it'll provide much greater representation throughout the whole region and much more effective leadership. So I'm happy to endorse this.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Wish to close, Councillor Chalk?
No, thank you, Mayor.
We put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we come to item 10.9. As indicated earlier, I'm advising a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to this item, as I am the requesting councillor, and I hand the chair now to the Deputy Mayor, and I will leave the meeting.
Should we hear the full declaration? Isn't that what we usually do? I know it's been given, but
I
not
believe
read
I
out.
have declared. I did use what's in my declaration.
Oh, okay.
So I have. I'm the requesting. I've prescribed conflict of interest. I'm the requesting councillor, and I intend to leave the meeting, which is what I said.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we hear the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. As the report states, the CEO was in receipt of a request for legal assistance, and in assessing it against the legal assistance guideline, the application has been now provided to councils for consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the report, councillors? No clarification? Okay, can I have the recommendation, please?
The recommendation for item 10.9 today is that 1, council decide whether to grant the legal assistance to the applicant councillor, and 2, if granted, council determine the amount to be provided along with any councillors that assistance is subject to, any conditions that the assistance is subjected to.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. In recommendation number 2, should it not read the maximum amount to be provided rather than the amount?
That's going to be determined.
Yeah.
That's what will, that is only the recommendation, not the resolution. Councillor Enright? Oh, no? Sorry, I thought you were going for your microphone. Councillors, can I have someone move a recommendation? We're just bringing up the recommendation. No. Yeah, because we need, it says we need to determine. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. So we're just bringing up a new recommendation. New motion, sorry. Zero 238. Yep. Yep. Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Chair, and this is providing my answer. I think I was trying to remember what we had done in a previous case like this, and that figure is 15,000. I've got no problem with that sort of figure being consistent there.
So just to clarify, with the 15,000, we have a insurance policy. So that is the excess provided by LGMS, up to 15,000 excess. So anything above that could be covered by our legal insurance policy. Is that correct, Ms. CEO?
Yeah, through you, Chair, yes, that is correct. That's the excess amount for the insurance policy for this particular matter.
Thank you.
Happy to move, Chair.
Happy to move. Could you read that out, please, Councillor Shaw?
Yes. That a council, in accordance with the legal assistance policy and guidelines, 1, approve the provision of legal assistance to Councillor Christensen for inappropriate conduct matter C-23-00238, and number 2, limit the amount of legal assistance provided to a maximum cost of $15,000, and 3, require Councillor Christensen to repay the council all legal costs within 28 days up to the total amount provided upon a finding of inappropriate conduct for matter C-23-00238.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor McGuinness? Has anyone got any questions on the motion? No? Like to talk to the motion, Councillor Chalk?
No, thank you, Chair.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Oh,
Additionally, thanks,
Additionally.
Chair. Yeah, I think it's right and proper, just like we had in a previous case there a number of weeks ago, that we remain consistent here, and I believe it's quite appropriate that we do pay Councillor Christensen's costs up to that figure of 15,000.
Thank you. Any other additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just want to mention, excuse me, that we have a precedent that's been set now as a result of a report, excuse me, at a recent ordinary meeting, which I didn't support, but given this precedent, I'm happy to support this time round.
Thank you. Any others? No? Now vote on it. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to do that when he comes. Oh. We're waiting on the return of the Mayor to the meeting. So just to close off, Mr Mayor, that legal assistance was approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I resume the chair and continue to item 10.10, page 350 of today's reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.10 today is the rateable land annual valuation effective 30 June 2024 consideration. Council was in receipt of correspondence from the Valuer General seeking a position from Council as to whether or not to undertake a revaluation. I guess, to put it out there, early interventions, the aspects of having an early revaluation again annually, as opposed to what this council has previously experienced in 3 monthly intervals and in most recent times 2 monthly intervals,
So
is
you mean
annual valuations, yearly. Is the early intervention of potential land valuation spikes, which we've seen in for the last for 5 years I've known. As evidenced in last year's valuations, the total change in value saw an overall increase of 28%, which resulted in council recognise the revaluations effective 30 June 2024 via a 2-year averaging methodology, which aimed to mitigate those drastic impacts. This report seeking that the officers are seeking through council that the Valuer General undertakes a valuation of all the lands due to the continued known market trends that are impacting the regional values again. Outside of that, Mr. Mayor, that's nothing else to add.
Thank you, GM. Any questions, councillors? The report's fairly clear. Perhaps we move through the recommendation. There may be more discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.10 is that council provide correspondence to the Valuer General, Department of Resources, endorsing the State Valuation Service proposal to undertake the annual valuation of rateable land for the Scenic Rim region effective 30 June 2024.
Seeker mover, Councillor Hay. Seeker seconder, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions to this matter, councillors? Any further discussion? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, through the chair to the GM, I noticed that we're having them every 12 months at the moment. What has been the situation in the past in relation to valuations?
Thank you for your question, Councillor McConnell. Outside of last year's annual valuation, prior to that, there was a 2-year valuation, and then prior to that was a 3-year valuation. But given the impacts associated with values and the trends or impacts associated with COVID, with some of the migration to the region, especially. We've seen some fluctuating trends in values with lands within the region that, as evident in this report, is suggesting that support the undertaking to allow early knowledge of those fluctuations.
So considering in the past it was every 2 to 3 years and we would average that on our across those terms, does doing it or having it every 12 months affect anything to do with our rates in regards to how we pass it on?
We do. We have that, I guess, the early intervention and the potential to introduce such methodologies to temper the sudden increase. As I said before, the 2023 revaluations resulted in 28% increase across the whole region, and council was able to recognise those impacts, especially with the near 20,000 individual assessments, and able to sort of mitigate those types of increases across the region.
So, can I perhaps ask a supplementary, please?
Yes,
Councillor.
Mr. Mayor.
So, when those total valuations increased, is it a correct understanding that in fact council determines the revenue it requires and then adjusts the rate in the dollar, generally downwards when the valuation has increased so substantially, so that we are only collecting the revenue that we require?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Based on general rates differentiation, the rate in the dollar is set, and obviously council determines the budget that's required to provide the services for the following year, and then that is determined based on the use of the revaluation is just one methodology that council uses to determine the revenue streams of council, and certainly it doesn't go into effect of applying the overall increase just to get additional dollars in. It has a budget, and it's determined by council what that budget is and then the mechanisms in which to fund that budget.
I'll go to Councillor McGuinness next.
Yes, and could have taken Councillor McConnell's question in the other way. The 198,000 in this budget is an impost on ratepayers, but could you just clarify what it is, whether we have a revaluation or not, what the figure will be?
Thank you for your question, Councillor McGuinness. The amount of budget every year, there's a total amount there. Effectively, it's a fee levied by the Department of Resources, the Valuer General's Office, regardless if a valuation is undertaken or not. Throughout the year, they also do administrative aspects to council in updating the titles, registry and everything else. But effectively, it's the same amount that council's charged regardless of a valuation being undertaken or not.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor. That from the cost point of view. Councillor McConnell, did you have a further question?
Just going back to mine, so in our last, you mentioned in the last valuation it was a 28% increase in valuations. There was some talk on social media that was going to be the increase in your rate. So that's not how we determine the valuation versus rates, is it?
No, that's correct. Council takes into account what it costs to deliver the services and manage the infrastructure, and we would evident around the cost indices, the inflation and everything else, and based on what was required to fund those budget, council would then utilise a rate in a dollar to make sure it was only recovering what it was required to fund those services.
Thank you, GM.
GM, just to go to that point about having been 3 yearly, then 2 yearly, now annual, from recollections, some of the factors that are considered about the frequency by the Valuer General is the activity across the property market to give sufficient valuations of property movements to be able to conduct an evaluation process. Is that a key component of why, for a period of time, it was every 3 years? And the challenge that we found with that, if I also observed correctly, was that for some parts of the region, there had been significant movements when that 3 year clock ticked over that created the need for us to do some of that averaging over multiple years.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Back in those days, I guess there were certain elements of the region that experienced some growth, but over the last periods, we've seen everywhere within the region experience those growth. So there's been a catch up. I guess, if anything, everyone wants to live in the Scenic Rim, if that's a nice little add there. But certainly the market factors are seeing, above average demand within the Scenic Rim, and I think that's a pleasing aspect.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. Probably a comment following up from your comment and question there was that is it, and Councillor McConnell's right, 28% last year in the change of valuations. If you talk, and I'm not going to speculate what it might have been in the last 12 months, but it is significant still. While it's slowed down in the last few months, so I think it's far more significant than what it was back in 3 years ago and 5 years ago and so on. So it's probably pretty important, in my opinion, to get a valuation so we really do know where there are, and some may have gone up further than others. So, and that's what it's all about, is determining where is the right valuation.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further clarifications?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wondering how our recent change from the 9% capping of rates to 15% in this year's budget is going to be affected by this rate increase, the valuation, sorry.
I guess the capping just maximises the impacts of those properties that do experience a higher revaluation change.
We'll come back to that comment. Sorry, yeah. So just to the term, perhaps the term maximise is it more accurate that it actually limits the impact of that for properties that have moved significantly?
That's correct. In the past, with a lower percentage rent increases, it certainly subsidises those properties a little bit more in terms of what their true valuation should have been. By increasing it by that little bit more, it allowed them to close that gap around what their actual valuation was, as opposed to what was currently being utilised to calculate.
Thank you. Any further questions, discussion? If not, Councillor Hay, you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion, additionally to the motion? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.11 on page 354. And again, GM, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.11 is the review of the security bonds and bank guarantee policy. Again, this is a routine review of this policy that's requiring actioning. Generally, bonds and bank guarantees provide a level of insurance for council should there be failure by a party that we're dealing with to meet their contractual obligations, and that includes developments where assets are on maintenance and off maintenance, and if something happens and they don't fix that up, council can draw upon the bank guarantee and cash it in and make those necessary repairs and rectifications. Generally, the process has just been to review it, and that included just the standard formatting. There has been no material change as part of this review this year, and it's tabled for consideration today.
Thank you. Any points, clarification, councillors? If not, move. Sorry, Councillor Enright.
Just a question through you to the General Manager. I noticed in comparing the two current and proposed policies, the deletion from the policy, the designated bank account, is that just a update, or is there a reason for the deletion from the policy for this designated bank account?
I guess it's a bank account because obviously any bonds that we receive in cash are held in trust. So it's just the way they're dealt with is that they're not they're not paid, or they're paid to council, but then council separates those by transferring those to a trust account. So it just provides I guess around the process of how they're dealt with. But any bonds and payments in cash are certainly not included as part of council's cash at bank amounts, and they're listed separately in our financial reportings as restricted cash.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to the GM. Whose bonds are these? Who's paying this money?
Generally from developers, and stipulated as part of their conditions that they're required to provide a bond of some sort. That includes, and certainly some through construction works, where we get some companies constructing roads. There's a defect periods, on maintenance periods, and things like that require bonds and guarantees to sort of bind those parties to make sure that they meet their contractual obligations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions, clarifications, Councillor? If not,
just
sorry,
clarification. It's more an administrative one. This is a policy that we're just replacing, but over the last hour, we've been rescinding previous policies and adopting new ones. Why is there a change for this one that we adopt it and just replace the previous policy?
The previous ones, which related to the standing orders, was rescinding the 4 separate documents and consolidating into one. So this is just a review mechanism where it's adopting the previous version. If you look back in the other ones, I think we rescinded those actual 4 individual pieces and got council to adopt a singular policy.
Thank you.
Thank you, GM. Introduce the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the recommendation for item 10.11 today is that 1, council adopt the security bonds and bank guarantee policy, which will replace the previous version adopted on 27th of January 2016. And 2, council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the security bonds and bank guarantee policy, if required after adoption and prior to publishing on council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Seeker mover, Councillor West, thank you. Seeker seconder, Councillor McGuinness, thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Wish to speak to the motion, Councillor West?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.12, page 364. Back to you, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item just tables a couple of reports that's been published and released and tabled to Parliament by the Queensland Audit Office. And we thought it sort of pertinent to table these for information for council and the wider community as they relate to the Scenic Rim in some instances. There's 2 reports. One is the Local Government 2022 Financial Audit Report, which basically provides the Queensland Audit Office's update around an overview of the 2021-2022 financial year audits of all 77 councils within Queensland. And the second one was just some information around what the Queensland Audit Office were proposing as part of their audit, their work plan for 2023-2026, where there's some interesting topics that may be relevant to council, and we'll provide that information in due course once those reports have been published. But I'd intended to sort of make more attention around the local government report, where there's particular references to Scenic Rim. I guess contained in the report, which is included as part of the agenda, it's the Queensland Audit Office again found that 35 of the 77 councils generated an operating surplus this year, and that's pretty much consistent with the 2020-2021 financial year. Interestingly, it also indicated that across the 77 councils, expenses for the sector have increased at twice the rate of revenue. For 2021-2022, the 77 councils in Queensland had a total revenue of 14 billion, an increase of 5% from the previous year, and expenses for the region was 13 billion, an increase of 10% from 2021. and some other minor things that were found in there, sorry, not minor, but some other relevant things that were identified as part of their audit work. The Queensland Auditor General indicated that procurement and contract managing processes aren't generally up to scratch within local government, and almost 2/3 of councils are still struggling with deficiencies in their information systems at a time when cyber attacks are really prevalent across the sector. As the report indicates, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I guess from a Scenic Room perspective, we tick the boxes in terms of being reported positively. Where there's no risk. We've got green lights for basically everything, especially in the where regarded as having a lower relative risk assessment. The one downside to the indicator is we did score an amber light around the control activities, and that's more related to one of our items identified by the external audit around administrative rights within our systems, which is currently being rectified, and we're hoping that when the auditors come back on site this year, the processes and protocols implemented by the Information Services and Technology team have addressed that matter, and that should be closed out.
So just before you go on, GM, just for the benefit of those listening along, because there's a lot in this report, those last comments from the GM relate to page 449 of the Consolidated Council Agenda report today, with those control lights, and his prior comments about, that I will add some to in a while, start from references on page 397 of today's agenda, where those references about declining the increased financial sustainability risk emanate from, just to give people some reference points to things you're pulling out. GM, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a comprehensive report, and I do urge those interested to get a copy of that and have a read through. And certainly it indicates the level of, I guess, assessment and scrutiny that council is in when it comes to setting the budgets. And the only other point that I was pointing out that I was going to make a particular reference to was, the timeliness. It took council 99 days from June 30 elapsing to have our an audit opinion certified, and I guess that's good work from all officers within council in reconciling $100 million budget every year, and then the impacts associated with that, but to then report that in the accurate and have a unmodified audit opinion issued by the Queensland Audit Office is certainly pleasing in that timely manner. And there is just a one recommendation that the Auditor General has made in that report, and that was just to recommend that all councils assess the maturity of their procurement and contract management processes using the QAO's procure to pay maturity model. And as you would be aware, through council's Audit and Risk Committee, these procurement matters are high in the topic, and there's a body of work being undertaken at the moment to review these and provide update back to council. So certainly, if anything, we're one step ahead of that recommendation. We've got this underway already. Outside that, happy to take any particular questions, Mr. Mayor.
Any other points for clarification in the report? Not introduce the recommendation, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, Council received the Local Government 2022 report and note the recommendations contained in the report, and 2, Council received the Queensland Audit Office Forward Work Plan 2023-2026.
Thank you. A seeker mover. Councillor McConnell, a seconder. Councillor Enright. Any further questions? Any discussion, councillors? I would just loop back on some of the discussion. Page 397 that was previously been referenced, I think is a very important alarm bell that we are alert to and we have called out repeatedly. Whilst the opening talks about an overview of expenses overtaking revenue and the challenge, I think the headline call is that financial sustainability risk generally across the local government sector has significantly increased the level of risk over the last 5 years, and with the cost of labour, materials and services continuing to rise, as well as community expectation, that's going to continue to present a challenge. And I think the great concern, the conversations about financial assistance grants and grants in general, highlights the ongoing challenge of the so-called cost shifting and the level of expectation on local governments. And ours is particularly fraught in this case. Financial assistance grants, whilst there's been some review of the methodology, nonetheless, given the extent of the asset base versus revenue capability that we have to service and support, continues to leave us at significant challenge to live up to those expectations moving forward. And you know, the campaign to see a proper return to a full 1% plus of from the federal government of their revenue to those grants, given the level of asset maintenance generally across local government, is really urgent and necessary. There are councils, regional councils, that are suffering even more distress than us, remote councils particularly, who have the same challenges as us, but perhaps on steroids, and don't have the same revenue capacities as the burgeoning urbanised neighbours that we experience. So I think it's worth, I encourage councillors, there's a lot of meat in here that really calls out some significant challenges to the future sustainability of councils. And certainly I'm pleased that this report also calls out the need for proper sustainability and risk indices for councils to properly plan for long-term sustainability for the future. It's something that has been a long discussion that needs to lead somewhere, and we know there are some actions in that regard that I look forward to us discussing further in the future. Any other discussion to the report? If not, I'll go to the mover, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with the comments you've just made. The report highlights that the council has performed well in our financial sustainability to be able to meet the needs of the community. You know, it could be better, but we are definitely not on the lower end. Considering our ratio between our rateable properties of residential versus commercial industrial, which is heavily one-sided onto our residential, but we will look at that in the future. But I think residents reading through this report will see that we are performing above our counterparts across the state that are similar councils to ours. So congratulate the CEO and officers, as well as fellow councillors, for providing that governance across the council to get us where we are. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against or speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are at the end of the open agenda for today. We have one item to move into confidential to consider. That's item 11.1, which is closed under section 254J3E of the Local Government Act. So if, but Councillor Hay, you've identified earlier in the meeting that you have some conflicts to declare. We need to deal with declarations in public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to make a full disclosure in relation to agenda item 11.1 in two parts. I, Councillor Amanda Hay, inform the meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest in relation to confidential agenda item 11.1. My conflict arises from the fact that I am one of the two subjects of the recovery of costs of the Planning and Environment Court appeal relevant to MCU 20/050. The second part being I, Councillor Amanda Hay, inform the meeting that I have a second prescribed conflict of interest in relation to that same item, My conflict arises from the fact that a close associate is an office holder of the Tamborine Mountain Progress Association Incorporated, which is the other party subject to the recovery of costs of the Planning and Environment Court appeal relevant to MCU 20/050. As a result of these prescribed conflicts of interest, I will now leave the room and take no part in the discussion or vote on this item.
Thank you, councillor. Councillors, I now seek a motion to move into closed session. Councillor McConnell, seconder. Councillor Enright, any need to discuss? Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. To those in the gallery, before we move into closed, as with usual protocol, I can't anticipate how long this discussion will be, but we will return on the quarter hour for continuing to close out the final deliberations on this matter. Bid you good day for now. Councillors, I seek a motion to return into open session. Councillor McConnell, second Councillor West. Those in favour? We return to open session. Councillors, we have one item before us, and I'll ask the GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, introduce the recommendation for item 11.1.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, the recommendation is that 1, Council consider the offer of settlement for costs and representations made by the co-respondents as outlined in this report. 2, Council note the comments in the judgment that the co-respondents' persistence with their refusal cases resulted in a waste of public and private resources, and that Council has incurred significant costs to be represented at the hearing and the actions to date in recovery of costs. 3, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to engage King & Company to finalise negotiations with the co-respondents in relation to the outstanding costs, giving due consideration to the interests of the wider rate-paying community. 4, that a further report detailing the outcomes of the negotiations be brought back to Council for consideration at the earliest ordinary meeting. And 5, in accordance with clause 2.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council standing orders, with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council standing orders, procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, Council continue to keep the information contained in this report, including the attachments, as confidential.
Seek a mover. Councillor Enright, seconded Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions, councillors? Wishing to speak to the motion, councillor?
Nothing, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Speak additionally? Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to those who rejoined us in the gallery. We are now drawing to close the ordinary meeting today at 1:47 p.m. We bid you good afternoon.